Welcome everyone to the tracc.eu BTLM 4 hours of Bathurst. I'm Jordan Brunch and I'm joined by the one and only iMantrix. Say hello.
Hi.
Your favorite commentary duo, of course. Today it's a multi-clash race with GT3s and GT4s. At the moment we're currently riding on with the fastest GT3 car, which is Lara Croft's, in the number 88 Lamborghini Huracan.
And he crashed.
Who is
He crashed.
just got
He's
the commentator's curse in the first few minutes of qualifying. Tracc.eu is partnered with Michael Hart, aka Rubio Costa, the reigning team of IVGTC, Season 6 of IVGTC. I think this will be a team tool car for the M4.
Yeah. I mean, it will be interesting seeing how everyone will cope with 4 hours of Bathurst. I mean, the 1 hour was a bit hard for some.
As someone who was racing in the IVGTC 1 hour of Bathurst, what were your thoughts on the race?
I mean, it was kind of chaotic. I mean, while it was better for me than some races, it still was really chaotic, and I still had to get into the pits because I had my run-in with my fellow Porsche driver, Schicke Rocken. And yeah, I mean, it was my fault in that. I can say that. But yeah, it was at least I did manage to finish above my starting position. So yeah.
We see we're now on board with, well, looking at Bob and McRib, which is a new driver to the tracc.eu. Would you say multi-universe?
Who knows?
the multi-universe. Yes, we're going with that.
It's the track. It's the track universe.
The track
I
universe.
got the tracc.eu.
That's in the
tracc.eu universe.
The number
the track
100
universe.
Nissan GTR. The only person which, to my knowledge, who's properly ran a GTR recently in the track sanctioned events is Ryuma Tateyama, who is coincidentally just went and joined the chat. Oh, Ryuma.
Oh, hi. And Reska spawn.
That's unfortunate. We'll
Yes.
go through the grid. Young-G-XU, I think that's how you say that name. I'm sorry if I butchered it. Probably have. In the number 99 BMW M4 in the GT3 class. Another new... is that a new driver to the track?
I'm not completely sure.
A unfamiliar name.
To me as well, actually.
If you're new, then welcome. If you're not, we are sorry. We just don't know who you are.
I mean, it could it be that he's a UMA driver? Could that be?
Could
At
perhaps
least
be.
it could be, but I don't want to make assumptions.
The Torpedo Racing BMW M4. A driver who we definitely know is an IVGTC/track legend, you could say. Perhaps, well, a veteran, definitely. Super VT champion. Akito Asazagawa, who is representing the Mirai United's Kanako VRT team, which he'll be partnered with Cobb 92 track, I could say.
Pair.
That's one way of putting it, but track veterans. Who are coincidentally,
Yeah,
there'll be
that's
three 3 Mirror United
I think
drivers.
I think Cobb was in season 1 of the IVGTC. In I think
Season 3 as well?
he
I know that.
yeah, but I mean, as far as I know, he was in the
He
what
also
was it?
Season 5, because he partnered with me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
But he had his
Mirror...
debut in season 1, and I mean, season 1 was a good time. But yeah, I'm I'm not against the fact that we are in ACC since season 3, because like I mean, Race Room is good and all, but I like my good custom liveries. And what happened there?
So I will say a little bit more about this team, as I'm quite knowledgeable, I would say. Mirror United, a new VTuber racing team, which made their sort of debut in the BMW LMDH at the 12 Hours of Sebring last weekend, which we don't really talk about because bad luck
It's
was good luck was definitely not on our side.
it is like it's like this other race we don't talk about.
There is 3 Mirror United drivers in the field. In fact, two going to be in this car, and Reska Kyoso, who is in the Who Wants a Soda X Queen's Design BMW. Technically 4 if you count me, because I'm also part of that team. But apart from that, we have another track legend, pretty much my soulmate, the non-VTuber version of me, Albert George, in the Phantom Formula Honda NSX, leading at Hungaroring before disaster struck. But Albert had been getting quicker and quicker every season, so perhaps we could see him up there with his team today.
I mean, it would be kind of cool.
A person who has coincidentally made the decals you see on screen as well. Going down the grid, who have we not saw yet? John Leslie in the, I think that was like definitely was like an Uma Motorsport BMW. The Torpedo Racing. Another Torpedo Racing BMW. Number 10. We have Des Dearman in the BMW M4, another one. Oh, a little sideways.
Yep.
Interesting cars, I will say. Kind of looks like, I'm not sure how you know much about NASCAR, but this kind of looks like an old Bobby Allison NASCAR.
To be honest, I never really watched NASCAR, though to be honest, I think I plan to watch it because I like F1, don't get me wrong, but it got really stale after like I don't know how many years. I think over 20 years now that I watched it. So yeah. I mean, at some point you gotta have something new to watch.
We have Cham Cho and Adrian Dubrovka going to be partnering for this round in the almighty Aston Martin Vantage V12, which I know Adrian Dubrovka is a very big fan of. And if I'm led to believe correctly, you drove this for a few rounds in IVGC a few seasons ago. The V12.
Yeah, the V12. Oh god, oh god, oh god. The V12. Let me just say it like that. It has crazy straight line speed. But the biggest problem is the long first gear. It can be an advantage at starts, for example, but not when you are like when you've spun out. After that, it will be so hard to get back up to speed, and you will have to hope that no one crashes into you.
Even
So
the group
yeah.
runners, Aston, will be hoping they can do well today. We have another legendary team. Perhaps if this was a managing game, you could say this is a powerhouse team with Lecaseus and Emilia Anderson. Season 4 and Season 5 IVGTC champions in the M4, which is coincidentally, if I remember correctly, this is the same livery that Wakasesh ran in Season 3.
Could be the case, actually. Could be the case.
It looks
though I don't
very
remember
similar.
correctly anymore. I mean, it does look similar, but I don't remember correctly. I don't know if I remember it correctly. Though it definitely does look similar.
I can definitely say it. I think it is because I sometimes rewatch the Season 3 broadcasts, and that livery looks very familiar.
Okay.
We have Gary Sweater and the one and only Trazione Integrale in what they nicknamed the Pura Motorsports 499. It's for the number 23. And they've just went off. Very interesting. I must go. My planet needs me.
Yes, it has the Italian spirit, you know.
Your words, not mine. I'm not gonna comment on that. We have Tarlos the 14th, and I'm not sure who his teammate is, but in the Speed Danny Tune Shop Ferrari 488. Yes, that's the 488. We have Panic Fungus, a fellow German. Well, not for me, but for Mentrix. In the McLaren
Yes.
720S. For Yandere Racing.
Yep.
Lukas Lichtenstein. Is that how you say his name? Lichtenstein?
Licht.
In the V-Shoujo Fighter Racing Maserati. That is... I will say the Maserati is definitely... I think that is a new manufacturer to the tracc.eu Stratosphere multi-link universe. With the Gran Turismo S, I'm led to believe. Mark Kame and RJ Kame for the Kame Brothers racing team, aka full American racing team, which is, I'm not going to say the abbreviation as I'm 100% professional, but it is FART. We have the... Oops, we need a better camera view. We will see, we'll see other cars when they're back on track. Remember, 1 minute 15 till the start of the formation lap. If you were a betting man, who would you put your money on, Mentrix?
I would actually put my money on Resk, actually.
Wait a minute, is the live stream working? Can you quickly check?
I quickly. I will check quickly. Okay. It is okay. Good.
Thing I wanted to double check is because the last time we went to Bathurst and I was in the commentary booth, we had major technical difficulties. However, for this season, for this race and future races, that will no longer be the case, as we've figured out. Well, I've figured out what happened wrong the last time, and that has been fixed, as you can easily tell. But apart from that,
so who are you betting on?
Who am I betting on? Should we do GT3 and GT4 bets, as it is a multi-class race?
10
seconds. I will.
Okay.
I'll let you go first because I asked the question.
Again, the team Reska is in, and Lichten.
So you're thinking.
Okay, the formation lap is beginning, and Crofts just fucking jumped it. What the fuck?
No swearing, please. We have Crofts winning off the field in the. It looks like an Andy Warhol pop art kind of design. A cartoony kind of design, which I quite like. I'm not sure if that is in-game livery or custom livery, but whatever it is, I think it looks cool.
It's nice.
It's a bit different to everything else in the field, but who said being unique couldn't hurt?
I mean, why shouldn't people do that? I like different liveries. It makes it easier to distinct.
Exactly. I think Red Bull Racing should take note for that for next F1 season. But apart from doing top shots at
Oh, that
F1,
jab!
the Rescue Kyoso and
Oh,
Rubia
okay.
Costa in the who wants a sort of ex Queen's design BMW
I've got
will
some
be in
intel.
second.
Panic Fungus seemingly doesn't have force feedback.
Oh dear. We have Akira Sagawa who will be taking the first stint in the Mirror United Kaneko VRT car. Personally, I think this is the proper debut for this team, as Sebring never really happened for us. So that's Akiro and Cobb, both very quick drivers. I think with this newfound speed Akiro has found with switching from the Lexus to the M4 is
Yeah. I don't know. I
could be
never
a
really. For example, never really. I personally. I never really liked that car. Both of them. I don't really like both of them, to be honest. The M4, for example, is not really a car I like to drive because I don't know why it just drives strange. I even actually liked the Aston more than this.
Albert George will be taking the first stint in the Phantom Formula, which is a new team as well. Anna Six in fourth. John Wesley in the Torpedo Racing M4. Well, one of the Torpedo Racing M4s, the number 10 one, will be starting in fifth. Adam Pursell starting for Dave Station Racing in the number 100 BMW, followed by Jingshi Zhu, I think that's how you say that. I'm very sorry if I butchered your name. BMW M4. We have Das Dearman, who's forgotten to take the start, or perhaps a strategy, the iRacing strategy of starting from the pits.
You can't crash out
can't.
if you're not starting the race.
Exactly. Who should be starting 8th, but will be starting at the back of the field. Lucas and who's currently eating the bumper of whatever BMW.
I can actually say one thing about the formation lap. I never really liked driving faster than the people in front of me because I tend to forget that the cars are ghosting in the formation lap sometimes.
Lucas starting 9th. We're gonna quickly go through this grid order. Cham Cho with the group runners, Aston starting P10, Gary Sweater, who's a fellow Scottish person, for the Pura X Enigma Racing Ferrari Pura 499, Charles the 14th, Speed Daddy Tune Shop, Ferrari P12, Wittgenstein in the V Shoujo Maserati, 13th,
and the race is starting.
P15, Hisari, Stressor, Fungus will be the last few cars.
Oh, and all of them survived this corner. Holy!
We are already doing better than
last time in the IWGC when we were here. Like the first lap is all the first corner is usually the crash.
Look crossed.
And I spoke too soon.
Akira Sagawa has lost a few places at the second turn of the start of the uphill.
Now I know what
grazing
the
the
commentator's
wall a bit.
curse is.
I haven't said my bets, though perhaps. We could say it's already up to P6. I think this is called the Swaggy Racing team. If not, Turner Motorsport car. Up to P5, showing how it's just his raw pace, and the BMW of Mirror United has smacked the wall again. Already damaged.
Yeah. Let's just hope he doesn't have to pit.
It is your top three is currently Wood Crofts in the Lamborghini, Reska Kyoto in the BMW M4, and Albert George in the Honda NSX. I will say personally that it is nice to see 3 different manufacturers at the top. Especially one which we rarely have seen. Woodcroft leading the field for the GT3 class. Mark Kame, who's in 12th, is leading the GT4 class. The full American racing team. We have a yellow flag. What's happened there? Chamchua is just went off.
Yep.
Try to catch up with the Murray United BMW, but is just took a little bit of too much inside curb and just spun it.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
Barrett at the back of the field. Like I said, the Murray United car is in the pits. Current fastest lap is a 2:10. How fast will they go? Perhaps another 5, perhaps even more, even quicker on the second lap as the tires get up to temperature. Mark Kame losing a position to towards the 14th. He's showing how much quicker a GT3 is compared to a GT4.
Yeah. I mean...
John Wesley currently on the tail of Albert George. I will say it is nicer having a smaller group for once, as it won't be as hectic. It's not as, hopefully not as many dirty maneuvers.
Let's just hope that.
However, there is 2 different classes. So perhaps we'll pray that the GT3 cars will not tangle with the GT4s and vice versa. Albert George.
I mean,
currently half a second behind. Let's get up, go on. What were you going to say?
I mean, I just hope that when the lapping starts, that the GT4s ain't crashing with the GT3s. Because yeah, that will be a thing that will happen.
Only 3/10 behind. Oh, weight braking. BMW versus Honda. I know the Honda's got top line speed, but will Reska use his experience as a driver in the M4? Keep that advantage. Oh, and it looks like he's going. Albert George going for the inside.
Oh!
Oh, he's sent one up the inside.
Oh,
will Reska go for the switchback? No.
No, what a move.
Nice clean overtake on the start of the uphill.
But again, Reska is still kind of close, so he will likely try to minimize that gap as fast as possible so he can re-overtake him.
John Wesley is ready to strike if there is a tanglement between Albert George and Reska Kyoso. Only 4/10 behind Reska. Looks like even less now. I like the helicopter cam we have currently at the moment, as we can see all the cars on track on this little battle. It is 1 NSX versus 2 BMWs. This will give Luke Crofts a good advantage if he can just keep his nose clean. John Leslie's is on.
Leslie is really is really trying to overtake. You can see that he really wants to get past.
Oh,
and Reska makes a mistake. And Leslie is almost side by side to him.
Luke Can
Will
he
it, will it,
capitalize?
the move sticks! The move sticks!
Raska got a good run
And
off the corner though.
Reska's again side by side. But
This
Leslie's
is
slightly
definitely
ahead.
given the chance.
And,
So what he
oh!
says,
Lexia's also is trying to
that's a
take the lead.
small, looks like a small bit of contact, but both
Oh,
kept it on track.
Reska is lost that fight double.
2 corners and 2 positions lost for Kyoso.
And Reska is trying to overtake again. But this is a right-hander, so... Yeah, that won't work.
Trying a move on the north side didn't stick. The current fastest lap we have at the moment is a 2:03.517 by Euroleader Woodcroft in the GT3 class.
I mean, he's pretty alone there,
We have
to be honest.
Dearman, who started from the pits, already up to P10, who is looking racy behind Panic Fungus.
Yeah.
I'm gonna nickname the Ricky Bobby car, because this looks like the Ricky Bobby car to me. From
Interesting,
Knights of
interesting.
Thunder. Well, not Knights of Thunder, not... My apologies, Talladega Nights. Knights of Thunder is, I don't know, it sounds like a mashup between 2 films. Sticking right to the bumper. We'll switch back to Rescue Kyoto and see how they are. John Wesley works. There's a decent
The,
size gap there.
the BMW squad is here. Look at it. 4 BMW cars behind each other. And and Lecasser has made a mistake.
That's not Lecasser, that is Xinjiang Zhu. The quartet is going to be challenged by Godzilla in the GTR. Panic Fungus has lost that place to Dearman. Can Adam Purcell make a move round the outside into turn 1?
Oh, and Lecasser spun!
Oh, he spun again.
Oh.
Let's see what happened there.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Perhaps a little bit too much of the outside curb. Oh, too much inside curb. That's something you don't see much at Bathurst at the first corner.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That's a few positions lost. However, doesn't look like any damage. Perhaps just
At least that's a good thing.
that would be a good thing.
So he doesn't need to go. So he doesn't have to go to the pits again, which would take like minutes.
Don't be losing too much time in the early stages of this race. 10 minutes down, 3 hours 50 more to go. Oh, it was like a little bit wiggle of it from Best Dearman. There's a big pack, but Purcell is right on the bumper of the BMW. It's nice to see a GTR being very fighty and up the order. Good run off the corner. Can they capitalize? Right on the bumper. Looks like he's got a bit of a slipstream as well. He's looking for the insides.
Ah,
Don't
doesn't
get
work.
shot a little bit too late. Okay, Stace or looks like they made up back some time from their disastrous turn 1.
Yeah, I think he still went into the grass there.
Gary Sweater is lost a position there. What happened there? Perhaps a bit of too much inside or outside? Charles the 14th is right behind Panic Fungus.
Yep.
Two VTubers. Two perhaps potential rivals for the next season of VTuber GT.
Let's just hope it won't.
We've had a caution. What's happened there? That is... Oh, they've had a tap from the GTR. I don't think the shirts are like that one bit. But this has given Casillas a bit of help. I can. Oh, that's a bad.
Oh no!
Oh
Oh
no!
no!
That's too much outside curve, and they're going the wrong way
Back-
around the track. That's don't want to be there. They've hit the wall.
Oh.
That's a very disastrous place to have it.
And
Oh,
now
and
he's
there's another.
skipping. Now he's skipping the chicane, and he nearly spun again.
That's gonna be a damaged BMW.
Yeah.
We'll have an update on the GT4 class. At the moment, we have Lucas Stein in the V-Shoujo Maserati, who is leading the GT4 field. I will say, from Maserati making their debut in the track sanction events, that they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Car sounds amazing, by the way. I will say that. It sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, if I remember correctly, this has a Ferrari engine. But I would say this sounds even better than the GT3 Ferraris. Des Dearman in P7 is currently got the fastest lap of a 203.25. Oh, and Julian Stresser's had an accident. What has happened there?
Oh.
Fighting a bit with the Mirage United BMW. Oh, that's a bit of contact. That's not gonna be nice. Julian in the pits.
Oh.
Could we perhaps... Is he our boss? That's Champ Cho who's got to pass by Yingzhangzhu. I'm gonna definitely butcher this name for the rest of the broadcast. Up to P11 in the Aston. Pure Cell's had an accident. What's happened here? Yellow flags. But I don't know what's happened. Oh, they've hit a wall. Oh, that's a bad accident. That's quite literally a bit of a spin out, and it's a backside rounder. Garrett Slayer is made up a position, and Taro's a 14th. I see a giant Azure Lane sticker on that Ferrari. Very interesting, I will say.
Interesting.
Oh, he's working racing. Can the Scotsman get past the German? I know who you're supporting in this battle, and you can probably guess who I'm supporting in this small micro battle. But will Ferrari overtake the McLaren? And Purcell just diving into pits to fix the damage from their spin. The Ferrari is on the bumper of the McLaren. And Champ chose an accident. Perhaps a bit of outside curb. Pack Fungus is still praying to God that he can lose the Ferrari. Oh, looking around the outside. Dives back, go to the inside. Casillas has had an accident. What's happened there?
Ooh, that car is damaged.
Too much outside curb. Unsettles the car. Vent a bit of bounce in the road. That's one damaged BMW. But Martin is
Yeah.
definitely claiming victims this time round, going back to Gary Sweater and Panic Fungus. Both in a dead heat. The Ferrari is nipping at the heels of the McLaren. Like I said, it's another accident. Dear, the damage definitely. They're not pitting. Oh, that is definitely a late pit. This will give Gary Sweater and Panic Fungus a free position.
That repair will take a lot of time.
Good thing this is a 4-hour race, not a 1-hour race, and it was like Gary Sweater's working for the outside. Will he send one up the inside? Oh, wait, braking by the Ferrari, and no, doesn't make it stick.
Panic is defending really good right now, to be honest.
He's trying with all his might with the McLaren. Perhaps this is a showcase of next season of VTuber GT.
That really would be really good, to be honest.
I've definitely said it for fact checking, and is Panic Fungus racing next season with VTuber?
Yes, he is racing next season with me in the team. So yeah.
Me and the boys on a team.
Yes.
But yeah, definitely solid performance in the first nearly 20 minutes by Panic Fungus.
Yeah.
With Crofts. And their first track race is leading as well. 7.5 second gap.
Okay, now we have the downhill.
Oh, this is an easy place to send your car straight into a wall. Let's see if both drivers can keep it clean.
Because if one of them screws up, this will be one heck of a
and
crash.
You said that just as Panic Fungus is just missed everything. Oh no!
Oh no! Oh, why did I say that?
We've had the first strike of the commentator's curse. We definitely apologize for any cursings we
may inflict.
Aikido is fought back from last, and tangled the KTM to P12. And is a driver penalty, perhaps for speeding in the pits. By what says it is not a good race so far.
Oh yeah.
I hear it's a last-minute signing.
Oh, I can sing songs about the drive-through penalties in this game.
Looks like this Camaro is holding up Kurosawa and Sasagawa. Gonna let he's pulling to the right to let the 2 GT3 cars by.
Hopefully it's not going to be a 3 wide. Hopefully.
No, it won't be a 3 wide.
Because I have some flashbacks about that.
And Ikiro's got a better run off the corner, but Kurosawa's a better line. I love the sound of that Maserati you can hear in the background. Albert George is currently 6 tenths behind. It looks like he's about to whip those drivers we were just on board with. Strong performance by the Hungarian. Perhaps we could be looking at next season's Tracc GT Open Cup winner, champion.
I mean, would be kind of interesting.
See in the background, Rascal Kioso just passed by Julian Strasser. Amelia Anderson is now hopped in the car. Season 4 IWGT champion is now in the Swaggy Racing BMW. And Esther Gao has passed Pure Cell. on running uphill, but they're going to get blue flags in a second as Woodcrofts is not that far behind. Our George only 6 tenths behind John Wesley. Curacao is sticking with Asagawa, only 3 tenths behind. Woodcrofts is right behind though. You can see the Maserati. Oh, Maserati's caught out the Mirai United car a little bit. And this is giving Adam Curacao and the Dave Station Racing Nissan a bit of a break.
Oh no, 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 please not a 3 wide, please not a 3 wide. Oh god, oh god, oh god, I was on Asusogawa right now, and again I have some flashbacks on 3 wide in this on this track. Let's say it didn't end well.
Liechtenstein. P11 in the GT4 class. Well, P4 overall. P11 overall, P1 in the GT4 class.
I mean, it is a strong showing from him, to be honest.
The Maserati is in ahead of 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 GT3 cars. This is what happens when you keep it clean and don't risk it for the biscuit, as some would say.
Yeah.
P10 overall, now.
Not bad, not bad.
Amelia Anderson in the Swagger Racing BMW cleared the drive-through. Their BMW still looks damaged if you look at the front of that car. Our George from about half a second behind John Wesley. The fight for P2 is on, but they've lost around about a second. Curacao. This is a Gawa. We're hopping from car to car very quickly. We apologize for that, but there's a lot of action on track at the moment. "25 minutes in. How are you finding the race so far? 25 minutes in. Already a few
it was eventful.
Already a few cars been in the pits.
I mean, it is eventful. I have to give it that.
I will say there's been at least 2 BMWs been in the pits. But they're fighting back. Kyoso 3 seconds behind Albert George. Both were fighting each other quite closely for a few races in VGT.
Oh, Geyser, what happened there? Yellow for Geyser. Oh, he's oh.
Oh, he stopped on the side of the track. What has happened there? Perhaps he ran out of fuel? I don't know what's happened there. That is
I also don't know what happened there. He was
Let's give at least
that is. He was driving very slowly.
Louis Anderson going to be passing a GT4 Porsche. What is that? Is that a Cayman? I'm sure that's a Cayman. That is a Cayman. Yes, that is. The MSRL Grip Runners car. If I'm led to believe, MSRL is a whole Malaysian team for this. However, they also have their own leagues for Malaysians. So for the GT4 class, perhaps Tracc tracc.eu versus MSRL. Talking about tracc, our current team owner, well, the founder of tracc at the moment, sadly in P11, but I think, I'm not trying to curse anybody, but I think Julian will definitely get a few places back, as we still have 3.5 hours left of running. What do you think about that?
I mean, there will be a couple of mistakes probably in the ongoing race. So
Keeps it clean, he'll keep it good. Guys are still in the pits. Is there any on-track battles? Harris, Champ, Cho, and Slater. The feud has spread out a bit. So do you have any interesting facts about Bathurst? Apart from the Bathurst 1,000 front there.
I mean, it is a demanding track. And if you get if someone gets a position, it is really hard to get it. Let's just say it like that, because there is not that much room to overtake. But at least it is possible. Which I can't say for another type of car in another type of track that is also kind of narrow. Hint. Yeah, I'm talking about Monaco.
Unlike Monaco, well, exactly like Monaco, a non-fun parallel is both of these tracks are run on public roads.
That is true, but let's be honest, Melbourne is also on public roads.
Both also have uphills for Monaco and Bathurst.
That is true. That is true. Though in Bathurst it is way more extreme.
I would say Bathurst is a lot more funner to drive if you can nail the lap. Monaco is just a pain. Yeah,
it's just, especially with newer Formula 1 cars, it is basically impossible to even try to overtake.
half a second between the P11 BMW and Mark Kane. Apparently so, but Mark Kane's already behind. Timing needs to update itself.
Yeah.
I'll say Liechtenstein is doing very well. Oh, I see that is when it goes a little bit off track. If anyone knows, is this the actual first race a Maserati has run from the track?
I'm pretty sure that is the case. I'm pretty sure about that.
If it is, that is a statement by Maserati.
Yeah, that is true.
They also have a date on the back of that car. What does that say?
From the Maserati or?
For the Maserati.
Vishojo.
No, it has a date on the back. Like, what does the date mean?
A date? I didn't see a date.
There is a date. It's something 07.22. 16/07/22. I'm not sure if that's the American way or the British way. I'm pretty sure it's the British way of 16th of July 2022. Don't know what happened then, but yeah.
I mean, it is the day of my birthday, so I don't know.
See, everyone is loving the commentary team. We have Mantra's 6th birthday on the back of the car.
Although I'm pretty sure it was not the intention.
For all we know, it could be. For all we know, it couldn't be.
We don't know.
It's funny because now that you've mentioned that, my birthday is just slightly over a week ahead.
Ah, interesting.
Before. The full July.
Okay, blue flag for Strass, for Geyser. Sorry, I just I mixed up the green cars. I'm sorry.
That's alright. Oh, they're going a bit off track.
Oh, yeah.
Cap. I will say personally, I'm sad there is no access in the press. Personally, I would. I'm saying that
would be
as,
fun, but I personally, for example, I personally don't like to drive the Lexus.
That's
Nothing against
14
it,
had an
but
accident. What's happened there?
oh,
Bit of fighting with Amelia Anderson, and there's been a
oh
collision with Amelia Anderson
no,
and the Tars of 14. No.
no.
Facing backwards
Ah,
now.
and he's
Oh, and
standing
he's hit the
here.
wall, try and turn back around.
Yeah,
Not a lot of room to recover if you're spun around.
yeah.
Lucas
I mean, at
Cross.
least this is not Macau, so
Lucas
that's a
Cross,
positive.
10.8 seconds ahead of P2. Lamborghini, definitely. It is definitely the day of the Italian manufacturers in both classes. Maserati on their debut, ahead by 16 seconds of the Chevrolet of the Kane brothers, and a Lucas Cross for the Zeus Motorsports Lamborghini. I think if there was a Lexus in the field, I have a potential team which could have ran if things wind up properly. But sadly, those things didn't line up. If they did, I perhaps wouldn't even be in the competitive review metrics.
Ah, interesting, interesting.
I think that person knows who it is, and all I'm saying is we miss you. Come back when you can. Our George 2 seconds behind. The field has split up a lot, so there's not really any close battles at the moment. There is no Australian drivers in the field, so no home drivers, no Australian manufacturers.
But it would be. I don't know if it would be a disaster with the ping that would bring. You know.
True. Oh, Champ Cho's
I
heading
mean,
off. What's happened there?
oh.
Oh, a bit of. Oh.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Very
yeah.
interesting.
That is not a usual place where this happens.
That's it ran a little bit over the curb and just left.
And then just kind of flew over it.
We no longer have, as I'm being told, we no longer we're missing a car. What happened?
Wait, that is true.
What happened?
I have no idea what happened there.
We have we're missing a car. Champ Cho
and Champ is off again.
damage.
And he skips the corner.
No, that must be a lot of damage.
Yeah, probably is. But he's not pitting.
I'm trying to see what car we're missing. Perhaps a disconnection somewhere.
Could be the case.
I don't know what's happened, but we are missing a car.
Oh wait, wait. Oh, Strasser is here. Oh well. Then it isn't Strasser who's missing.
Geyser is still here, and the Yandere racing car, MSRL car is still here. The Swaggy racing car is still here. Kane Brothers. Taros is gone. Okay. Thank you for the heads up. Perhaps just too much damage. Mark Kane being overtaken by Amelia Anderson. 35 minutes in, and Lucas Cross is heading off of sorts because there is no way he'd have lost 10 seconds. He's now
He
down
lost
from
like 2 positions.
2 positions, and now that's Lucas Craft
What
down to
happened there?
P3.
Oh yeah, I think he spun around on turn 2. On turn 2.
We have Albert George now up to P2, and John Wesley is the leader. Torpedo Racing number 10 BMW, which totally doesn't look like a Uma Motorsports car. Perhaps it
Oh,
is an
and
Uma
Georgi,
Motorsports
what
car.
are you doing? he just he just banged his way through Crofts.
Bit of a ding dong there.
That's what you said.
There's nothing wrong with saying a bit of a ding dong. I've heard other motorsport commentators say that.
Okay, interesting.
John Wesley
And
is the leader.
And Leslie, I think he leapt someone, I think, but I'm not quite sure.
Yes, that was Curacao.
I see. Yeah, that's true. Who is in P9?
We've got 18. The leader is now on 18 laps for top 3 cars, 18 laps. And the first few cars that are not on the lead lap is the number 99, the other Torpedo Racing BMW is first lapped car. Then MSRL 9, not a 911, it is a Cayman, my apologies, is in the GT4 class is 2 laps down, then Geyser is 3 laps down, and Strasser is another 3 laps down. I'm not too surprised, but I'll be honest with you, I'm more surprised that the leading GT4 car is still within just a lap. It's only been lapped once.
It is impressive. It is impressive.
That's cross.
I mean, if Lichten would be in VGT, he probably would be a championship contender. You know, if he's already that good.
I think it's more of just staying out of trouble. But perhaps overall pace as well. A 2:14 is really quick, because some drivers reported, well, I remember from my time, it was like 2:07, 2:08 is what I could do when I was trying to find intel for the VGT race. So always 6 seconds off in average lap time. And the GT4 car is really impressive. Cross is going to be very careful as rescue Keo, so there's only a few seconds down the road, and Champ Choi lost the place to Vimera United car. Everyone is more bunched up between turn 1 and turn 2. Purcell.
Yeah. Hiko is actually
is
climbing up and up. That is good to see.
What, Vimera United car?
Yep.
I will say it's a very nice looking car. I'm trying my best not to be biased towards this team, as I am part of this team. But outside of being totally unbiased, I think this is a really nice looking car. Amelia Anderson is just overtaking Liechtenstein for a track position. Not overall position, just track position.
I mean, it is kind of normal, to be honest, since the GT4 is way slower.
Just track position, which will give them a nice clean run. You're gonna have to deal with any slower cars. "40 minutes in. How are you feeling?" This is I don't remember. Have you commentated a race before? If so,
yes, but
that was
That was the Misano race in season 4, I think. I didn't go that well because I was like, I didn't know how to commentate, and especially alone, I'm not really that good at commentating. So yeah,
How do you feel on the commentator's booth at the moment?
pretty good, pretty good. I just my biggest problem is usually that I have moments where I just don't say anything, and that's kinda not the best thing when you're commentating alone, you know.
Oh, that's the group runner's car just went off, just in the back
Oh,
shot. Just a little bit of a trip to the sandpit. You know what we should have made for this? We should have made a bingo card, and we should have made predictions.
yeah, sadly we didn't.
We could have a fun little game to play while there's not as much action on track. Sean Leslie in the Torpedo Racing BMW about to overtake the Grip Runner's Aston Martin Vantage V12.
Yep.
It is nice seeing an older GT3 car with the Vantage V12. Aston Martin Vantage V12. Wrong name. Oh, Lara Crofts. Well, what? No, my apologies. Wood Crofts has had a bit of an off.
What happened there?
Oh, but
And he
tap of the wall, and that's
Yeah. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh,
Yeah, he hit the wall.
Dearie me. This is definitely give Kyoso, who is behind.
Oh, now they're just stacking.
Raska, I don't think Raska's had any accidents, so I think his car is still clean.
Yeah, I think he didn't have any crash. I think.
but-
So his car is. So he didn't need to go to the pits right now, and that's a good thing.
Will Kyoso be able to get past Crofts? I think Crofts will probably pit. That is a lot of damage. And
yeah, I think as well. And
yeah,
yes,
that's
he's going to the pits.
But that's
But yeah, as long as he's not.
To the positions.
I mean, as long as he's not going into the grass to go to the pits, all is good, I think.
Kyoso up into P3. This will be making the Queen's Design X Who Wants a Soda, or is it Who? Nah, my apologies. It's a Who Wants a Soda X Queen's Design team. Very happy. Have you saw on Twitter the design of this car?
Not really, actually.
Of the Reska's car. Basically,
actually not.
For the people at home watching the broadcast, if you look on Reska Kyoso's Twitter, and you'll see a picture of the livery, like just the file, like the decals file, you will see this car has a giant Among Us on it. I'm not even joking. There's a giant Among Us on it. So if you see pixel-esque elements to this car, then now you know. It is just a giant Among Us. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, yeah, it is kind of interesting.
I will say it's very on brand for Raska. As me and him have played Among Us together on stream. Let's say that was a very interesting stream. Very nice looking car. If Raska is competing next season in VTuber GT, it'd be cool to see a livery like this. Oh, flashing the lights. More of an indication to I'm a quicker car, let me by. Nicely done. Where is Strasser? Strasser is having his own little rest, and Champ Chillers had an off at the last corner.
Oh no! That's unfortunate.
Oh, lock up the brakes, and dug right into the first corner, well, the last corner of the tire wall. That really will be horrible, as they have to do a full lap before they can pit to fix that damage.
Oh, yes, that is... Ooh.
That is very unfortunate.
Let's just hope that they make it to the pits.
We have a new quickies. We've had a driver swap while Vesuvius Motorsports car was in the pits. Now we have Patrick Den behind the wheel, taking over for Lucas Croft.
And he's overtaking Hazri. So,
that is a GT4 car, just for track position.
Yeah, I mean, the GT4 car didn't make any attempt to fight back because, well, it is way slower again.
I will say it is very interesting that we already had 2 driver swaps and it's not even been an hour of this race.
How many swaps are they gonna do? That's kind of interesting.
Perhaps 2 is... I'm not sure how it works on ACC, but I know in iRacing from personal experience that you have to do a certain amount of laps before it counts. I can say this, so basically, I think it's like I had to do 70 something laps. Akira had to do 70 laps. Reska had to do 70 laps. And Victor Massaro had to do 70 laps at the VCO Daytona 24. So perhaps it works similar in ACC, or it might just be time.
Good question, actually. I don't know how that is being done as well. Yeah.
I've never done a race like that in this. Liechtenstein has a good, healthy lead in the Maserati over Markheim. Oh, bit of a wiggle, but still kept on track. Sean Wesley. Remember, I got a 2.7 second lead over the Albert George in the Phantom Racing Formula NSX. I will say, I think this is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is an UMA Motorsport car, and if so,
I'm pretty sure as well.
This is the first few laps and the UMA Motorsport car has led of a race. The Chinese, Would it be offensive of sorts if I said the monopoly of Chinese racing VTubers?
To be honest, I don't know. I have no idea.
I'll call it a team. The Chinese VTuber racing team.
Yeah, I think that would fit.
Correct me if I'm wrong. And I will definitely apologize. Asagawa is running about 3 seconds behind their former teammate, Gary Slater.
Oh, and he's trying to. Is he trying? He's trying to get.
Both teammates.
He's trying to overtake, and they're side by side. But Asagawa is he's slightly ahead, I think.
Trying around.
And he overtook. He made the move stick.
Both former teammates, as they used to be teammates in the last season of VTuber GT. It's been 50 minutes since the race has started. Slow car ahead, apparently. Oh, it is Kaiser. That's perhaps who the flag was waving for.
Yeah,
We've had us.
S3 was making a yellow. Let me quickly see what this was about.
Who was flashing a yellow?
Hasri was causing a yellow. Let's see what it was. Okay, blue flag. Well, what? Oh no! The place where like everyone else was going off before the downhill section.
Ah, I see. But John Wesley, Albert George, and Russell Kilser is current top 3. Patrick Dan and Des Dearman round out your top 5. "25 laps already. We'll get
And
to
will be
around
many,
about
many more.
20. My prediction is around about 28 laps before we hit the 1 hour mark. 1 hour of racing. That is a range line. I know it's. I can definitely. Both of us can say from personal experience that breaking into that corner is very awkward. As
Yes, and yep.
a yellow.
Let me quickly see what happened there. Was he going? Was he going too late? Was he braking too late? Yes, he was. Unfortunate.
Very. I will say this Aston does sound very nice.
It does. It really does.
I think if I'm led to believe it is the only V12 car in the field. Is the Lamborghini is a V10, the McLaren's is a V8. I'm not sure about the BMWs though. It's either a 6-cylinder or a V8.
I have no idea what it exactly it is.
The GTR is a 6-cylinder. I think the Maserati is also a V8. I think, if I remember correctly, there's a 4-cylinder, the KTM. Camaro's a V8, Porsche is a 6-cylinder. I know the KTM has I think it's a motorbike engine actually. I could be wrong, but I think it is a motorbike engine in the KTM. But we have some good news for Julian Stratzer, who's in the West at the moment. He will make a... Perhaps he will pass Geyser. I'm not sure how fast that KTM is, but perhaps he will make it round and get track position. Mark 2 a lap behind the next GT4 car from an early incident, but perhaps their teammate will bring it back when they switch over. Guys are in the pits. That McLaren has saw better days.
Yeah, that's true.
I will say, I know me and you both played Restroom, but I saw a lot worse looking McLarens.
Yes, definitely. Model. Definitely.
I will say personal experience, when I drove a McLaren in my VGTC debut in the tracc.eu universe, my car was pretty much destroyed, yet it still went to the pits.
I mean, and let's be honest, Race Room does have the better damage model. At least the tires can fly off. Yeah.
That might be the case, but apart from talking about our side of Race Room, we are on ACC. We'll stick back on topic. And
Yeah.
so, John Wesley looks like they're going for a pit, so we'll just switch to our leader. Perhaps at a very good time. Perhaps
And he's going to the pit, and Leslie's going to the pits.
perhaps a driver swap, but this is going to have Albert George to the lead. Kioso now up to P2. I don't think there's any damage on that car, so I think it might just be a quick splash of fuel, some tires, maybe a driver swap. We will see when that car comes out of the pits. But your current new leader is Albert George in the Phantom Formula Honda NSX. I will say it's got a giant Red Bull on the side. Have you noticed that?
No, actually, I didn't.
Champ Chu is also in the pits. But yeah, this has a giant Red Bull on the side. And I will personally say it looks more interesting than the last few Red Bull F1 winners. And now our casual dig at Formula 1 again. Champ Chu in the pits has lost a position to Xingjiang.
Oh, did you actually notice that on Champ Chula's car there is a race driver grid on the side? On one of the logo, just in front of the on the rear wheel.
The race driver grid sponsorship.
Yes.
Promoting different games, I see.
This is not a product placement, by the way.
Team sponsors are sponsors of those teams and do not reflect the current opinions or thoughts of the tracc.eu staff and corporation.
Yes.
Millie Anderson has made up a position. She's up to P10.
Oh.
Return Motorsport / Swaggy Racing BMW. Early accident early on, but well, that one spin is definitely perhaps some good luck, as they've now already made up a few positions. And Williams Johnson is now in the car, so I was right. Perhaps just quick splash of fuel, some new tires, and a driver swap. Williams Johnson was showing some real pace at the back end of the VGT thing, and they're swaying from side to side, which is very dangerous, and the stewards might not like that one. Hitting up the tires. Very dangerous. Thank goodness there was no car right behind.
Yeah, because that was unpredictable.
That is very unsafe. I would definitely not advise that. Liechtenstein P12 in Maserati. I keep switching this car. I love the sound of this car. It's amazing. Or came in the V8 Camaro. Probably my favorite looking car on the grid. Is a car model. Yeah, Terra Denio, sorry, or just Blakey, as we would just call him, as it's his nickname, is running P3 in the GT4 class in the Cayman. And we have Julian Stresser for the tracc.eu racing team.
Who's being lapped right now?
Who is being lapped by a fellow staff member. Is last on track and last in the GT4 class. He will definitely not be happy about that.
Oh, Strasser's going into the pits.
I think you mean Sweater. Sweater's going into the pits. Perhaps a first driver swap for the Pura X Enigma Racing team. And we see Strasser's also in the pits. Perhaps a driver swap as well.
Yeah.
Albert George in the pits. So this gives Reska Kioso the lead and the Queen, the Who Wants a Soda X Queen's design car. Adam Purcell is made up a position on Gary Slater. Albert George has to be a bit careful as William Johnson will perhaps overtake the NSX as it's in the pits.
And Reska Kyoso is P1.
Reska Kyoso is P1, and that is your first hour of the race being completed. A minute away, but yeah.
Yeah,
Albert
and I
George
probably
is
have...
moving again. That is just a splash of fuel and some tires, not a driver swap. Interesting strategy. Same with Slater.
Yeah, and I probably have to go now. Yeah.
For at the moment, I'll be the sole commentator. I hope you have a good day, Mantrix.
Yeah, you too. Was fun commentating. Yeah. I hope next time in VTLM I will be commentating way longer. Let's just hope this is the only time that I have to go early. So yeah.
Should be alright at the moment.
Yeah.
Perhaps we'll have another stand-in midway through the session, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, so yeah. Have a good day, everyone. Goodbye.
As it stands, I'm your sole commentator at the moment. So, we have Raska Kyoso in the lead. Williams Johnson, P2. Albert George has had an off. What has happened there? Bit of a spin, and there is carnage. There's a back marker. Oh, the Maserati went a little loose and collected the GT3 NSX. No. And Slater is just stopped. Always found a gap and didn't get by. The Stewards will definitely not like that one. The clash of the classes. I can say from personal experience that at least two drivers who are currently driving Rasuka Kyoso and Asazagawa might be doing 2-hour stints. That is Avnobi, who's now Ikem Ali Boren Sensor, or Avnobi is now in the tracc.eu KTM, Wittgenstein in the pits, perhaps fixing some damage or just repairing some damage from that spin. And we've had Hamburger C, I don't know who that is, Hamburger C, it's now in the 99 Torpedo Racing BMW. Went a bit off and it's a bad accident. Spun, but somehow end up the right way around. Markheim is now leading the full American racing team, who is currently being led by Mark Kame, and RJ Kame is not leading for the GT4 class. Wittgenstein still in the pits. Depending how long this pit will take, Hisari might be able to make him another position. The pace will start from Wickton. Oh, they are still in the car. P13 on track. P2 in the GT4 class, and just fuel and tires. Hisari has had a bit of an off. What has happened here? Oh, bit of understeer and just went off. Dearman has got by Dan. About a second between Dearman and Dan. Guys are not in the pits. What is perhaps just a fuel stop? Maybe a driver swap? I'm not sure how the tires I'm not sure how the tires react on the 720S, but perhaps just a fuel tire stop. Thomas Johnson still in the lead for the Uma Motorsports Torpedo Racing M4. The tracc.eu KTM Expo is having a nice solo run, nice just hot lapping at the moment for Avenoby. Hopefully later in the race we will see some fighting for positions. Just looking through the field at the moment. Nothing at the moment. So we have Dan, who is around about a second behind Das Dearman. Well, we've had a bit of an off by Hamburger. Oh, bit of a slide on the start of the downhill. Not nice at all. This is a Gawa in the pits. Perhaps a driver swap? This will give Curacao a bit of leeway. Anderson passed Gary Slater. Well, not yet. My apologies. Oh, and Emil Anderson's hit the wall. A bit of understeer. Asagawa still in the car, just fueling tires. Oh, we've had it spin. What's happened here? The Patrick Dan. Perhaps misjudging of the brakes? Yes. Oh, bit of a slide. Bit of weight shift, perhaps. Anderson right on the bumper of later. I've just noticed that Rubio Costa is now in Who Wants a Soda X Queen's design car. The esports driver will be trying to call back first position from Williams Johnson. Mark Cambridge just overtook a GT3 car for position. Track position. Bit wide from Anderson, but we have a stop-go 30 for Hamburger. Perhaps speeding in the pit lane as we're just in the pits. And Anderson perhaps get a bit of a slipstream from the Ferrari, so they can close up on the uphill section. Oh, it's close. A lot of speed from the Turner Motorsport car. Sorry in the pits as well. Hamburger perhaps serving their stop-go 30. Oh, looking right outside. Will they go to the inside? Can Amelia Anderson send one up there? No, not quite. However, they should be in prime position, get a bit of a slipstream from the Ferrari. Good line through the first uphill. Bit of a tight line, Farley's a little bit wider. Oh, but this gave Anderson a good run. Can they capitalize upon it? That's him in pits. Looking around the outside. Nothing. Mark Kames had an accident. Bit of an off at the last corner, perhaps. Misjudged their braking. Bit of understeer. Asagawa past Dearman. Bring them up back to P6. Anderson right on the bumper of Slater. If both drivers are quick enough, they might be able to jump Dearman. The Punter Motorsport car hasn't had a driver swap yet. Oh, Sweater's went a bit wide, the pressure has gone to him, and Amelia Anderson goes inside the right out the outside and makes a stick. Very nice clean maneuver by Anderson there. Asagawa's had a bit of an off. What's happened here? Perhaps a bit wide, too much curb. Too much curb. Oh no, and decided into the wall. That's not gonna be good. Personally, knowing Akito, I don't think he'll be too pleased with that. Good, big lick to the outside wall. Kirogang is not going to pit this time. Perhaps the damage is manageable. Past Mark Kane. Geyser in the Andrew Racing number 27 McLaren is just having a fun, relaxing ride. It'll be keeping a nice, fun run in the KTM. And a very stunning car, I will say. Avanobi has done a very nice job of delivery on the tracc.eu car. I forgot how slow GT4 cars are. I was wondering why it's going so slow. Hamburger past Liechtenstein. The track position. Hamburger looking racy, trying to unlap himself a little bit from later, just for track position. James Johnson now has a 15-second lead to Ruby Acosta. Mark came in the pits. Perhaps a driver swap with his brother RJ came, or just pitting for tires and fuel. Still currently the fastest lap is a 202.967 by the Zeus Motorsports Lamborghini. Hamburger making up a position, track position on Mark came. I would say I'm honestly really do like how quick those GT4 cars are. Only, well, they're not that slow. But I love the sound of the Maserati. A lot of big gaps at the moment. Aiden Dubrovka's now in the grip runners Aston. No ass pits. I will say that the Aston perhaps will cause back some pace, as Dubrovka is very well suited to the V12 Vantage. I have an update on the MSRL grip runners. Ailman, as Nabil Nasran is now behind the wheel, taking over for Flaky. Will Nabil do well? Let's see. At Cayman has been running nice clean laps all race so far. So will it call back positions? Perhaps it will, but it's currently 2 laps down from the leading GT4 car, so plenty of time to make up. However, could be a lot worse. It could be currently in Geiger's position, who is round about 7 laps down. Can make that 6 now from the leading car in its class, Williams Johnson. Patrick Dan doing very nice in the Lamborghini. And one accident error which cost them the lead is still in the top 5, which is really nice. So we're having a bit of a soul run. Already lost 8 seconds to Anderson in a few laps. That is not nice at all. Dubrovka, as I said, very well suited to this particular car, will have nice clean laps. Got one behind him on track. Murray United Kaneko car. My current prediction is 2 hours stint for Aikido and Cobb 90. As I think most people will be splitting it equally. What happened to your livery? What car would that be? Drink water? I have been. I will say currently I'm well hydrated. Feeling slightly hungry, but that is a personal problem outside of this race. Albert Gerg, Albert George, my apologies, is, oh I remember, 5 seconds behind Rubio Costa. The NSX has been very faithful to Albert George. However, it is also, the BMW has also been very well in Rubio Costa's hands. So we shall see the fight when these two close up a bit. About 37 seconds from Patrick Den and Albert George. Both in proper sports/supercars. While the BMW is more of a GT road car. I will say that the looks of this car is slowly growing on me, however, I still prefer the Lexus personally. Akira Sakawa in the pits, 1 hour 30 in. Engine off. Des Dearman has got by for position. Ilya Anderson will get by for position as well. Maybe Slater will as well. I don't think so. It's Amelia Anderson up there for position. Gary Slater just broke him around the last corner. Engine hasn't fired yet for Akito. That's 2 positions lost in the pits. I doubt it will be free. Back down to P9 for Asagawa. Engine's fired, Dubrovka isn't, of course. Fuel and tires, perhaps repairing any damage if there was any. I will say Sensei is not the last car. The KTM has actually passed the GT3 car. You love to see it. RGKM is now last pit stop in behind the wheel of the Camaro. Both brothers. That Stearman has had an accident. What's happened there? At the last corner? Perhaps misjudging their braking? Yeah. A little bit too hot. And that is the Ricky Bobby car in the tire barrier. Williams Johnson, 12-second gap. That gap from the last time we did a check is gored round about by 3 seconds. Rubio Costa is coming. Plenty of time to make up even more time. The Queen's Design founder, if I'm led to believe correctly, and Sensoi's had a bit of an off. What's happened there? Bit of weight shift, perhaps. That is a very peculiar line, and it's cost them. Hopefully not too much damage. Oh, they can't get back through. It's such a tight section on the track. Geyser's got back by for track position. That's Dearman, so yellow flag, but that was him just passing by. I don't know why Evanby hasn't put it in first. I don't know how the condition is of that KTM, but from a wick to the outside, and he's nearly had a tapped Nashra in there, but that's not a particularly healthy looking KTM. With a wick to the outside and a wick to the inside. Updating the GT3 class. Adam Purcell is now in the pits, perhaps doing a driver swap. It is, I wouldn't put it past him. The Brovkis had a bit of an off. What's happened there? Misjudged T1. That's Dearman passing by Purcell for position. Anderson will be going into the pits. Oh my goodness gracious me. That was very quick. And nearly swiped the KTM. I would advise you be careful on entry to the pit lane, especially if there is another car that's going slower. Thank goodness that wasn't an accident, as that had been very hard to call by the stewarding team. Oh, they're back up in the pits. They didn't even get the right position. Gary Slater still out with the Putin Motorsports car, which will give him the position, especially as even more time lost for Anderson in the pits. Overshooting pit entry than overshooting the pit box. That's the Gawa past Anderson. Ruby Costrom are 13 seconds behind. Williams Johnson lost the second that last lap. And Amelia Anderson's still in the car with that pit stop. Senso's still in the KTM as well. That was, I think, some connection issues there. But it's supposed to be a lot cleaner than the screen has shown. But yeah, update on the GTR. As I predicted, there is being a driver swap. Bob McRib is now in a Dave Station racing GTR. We'll see what he can do after taking over his teammates. Rubio Costas is having connection issues, as it seems. As they went off into the walls, then they went to the underworld. Ladies and gentlemen, Rubio Costa is now inside a hill. Geysers had a bit of an off as well. That's a disconnection from Rubio Costa. Will Raskaki also get back in the car? Oh no. Bit of a slide from Geyser. That is very unfortunate to see from the Who Wants a Soda X Queen's design car. I think perhaps Raska might hop back in the car, but I am unsure. 15 cars still running. We've only lost 2 cars so far. Yep, Raskaki also hopping in the car. My prediction was correct there. Currently P3. Raskaki also in the car. Oh, Ruby Costa back in the car. I'm hearing that there's a lot of connection issues and they're now down all the way down to P10. Technical difficulties are definitely apparent for this team at the moment. A very unfortunate showing as the team was showing real pace. Albert George is Nara up to P2 and Patrick Dan back in, has brought the Lamborghini back up into the podiums. Oh, that's a bit of a pass in the grass. Dale Earnhardt style by Patrick Dan on the lapped car of Geyser. That was really risky, but really cool at the same time. Asagawa, oh, my apologies. Cost is still in the pits. Albert George 20 seconds behind Williams Johnson. Des Dearman P4, McRib P5, Slater P6, Asagawa P7, Anderson P8, Dubrovka P9, and Acosta, who's still currently in the pits, P10. Depending how... oh, that was like a KTM, it was just off. Depending how bad the pit situation is at the moment, Hamburger might get promoted to P10. As Dubrovka is just taking P9. Can the Hamburger make it up? And they are still P11. My program at the moment is currently having technical difficulties, but yes, I was correct. Rubio Costa though still in P10. Raska Kyoso back in the car now? Apparently it's a 23-minute lap. Still on the lead lap. Not in the lead lap, my apologies. The lead lap is currently now lap number 48. by Williams Johnson. Albert George is just heading onto that. At the moment, it was a little bit of a side there. And Patrick Dan is going to be on the lead lap in a few corners' time. Williams Johnson just about to pass by Nashran in the MSRL car. Torpedoes versus MSRL. Torpedoes should easily get by with class advantage. Albert Scher is 21.423 behind. Fast lap still is a 202.967 by Vesuvius Motorsports Lamborghini. Asagawa, remember? Oh, it's... Don't know what's happened there. Bad line by Sweater, but Asagawa's just got by on the inside. Run down the straights. Will Sweater have a bit of a draft? I think the Ferrari's a little bit quicker on the straights. It looks like it. Is he going for a dive up the inside? Oh, he is. Oh, bit of contact. Oh no. The Mario car is still on the inside. Looks like he's letting back by. I wonder if there's any damage between those two cars. Both former teammates, as I've previously mentioned. And if I'm led to believe correctly, they're both the teammates in tracc.GT Open. That looks like a bit of a wide line by the KTM. Bit of a shaky line by Slater there. Williams Johnson currently on the lap 50. Patrick Dan now in the pits. Perhaps handing the wheel back over to their teammate. The Stearman, remember, just less than a lap behind. Not sure how long this pit will be, but Dearman might be on the tail of the Lamborghini. Rest of Kyoto are 23 seconds behind the Brovka. Good to see, but hopefully he'll be able to get the pace back. And Hamburger is ahead and off. A little bit too much of the curb and understeered. Yeah. Playing it into the wall. That's not the first time, and I doubt it'll be the last time we see that happen today. Anderson on a new lap. So is George. I was like Hamburger in the pits. Rightfully so. I've just noticed we have the battle of the McRib and Hamburger. Perhaps the fast food items. Liechtenstein. Or Lichten, my apologies. Still waiting, the GT4 is overtaking RJ Cam and is not in the lead for the GT4 class. One fast Maserati. Blue flags from McRib and Kyoso. Kyoso looks like he has a bit more pace than McRib this lap. Play over to the right, letting the GT3 cars by. Got disconnected badly. My sincerest apologies for that happening. However, I will say your teammate Raska Kyoso is definitely bringing the heat. Sure, he may be P10, however, he is definitely forcing McRib to go a bit quicker. Just for track position. Only 18 seconds. He's already get down to 18 seconds. Reska, definitely a quick driver. Cool head behind the wheel. From personal experience, I will say he's a great teammate as well. A very calming voice for endurance events like this. Quick and consistent. There's 2 other words to describe Reska. Oh, and Crofts has had a bit of an off. Hop back in the Lamborghini from their last pit, and too much inside curb and send it into the outside wall. It's not good at all. Perhaps he might pit for damage, or they might keep it out. Oh, they went a bit off, and they are pitting. Guys are also going into the pits. They've got past guys are on pit entry. Sebastian Vettel-esque move. And we have a yellow for Simracing.GP on just the end of the downhill. Perhaps messed. Oh, they've tapped the wall. Under braking. A very hardcore to brake for. Off in the pits. Will this give Desmond a position? Yes. Dearman is got the position. He might McRib might also get a position as well. Tagawa, maybe. That one will be cutting it close, however. McRib will be able to climb up P4. And I think that delivery is sort of like a Zetsu delivery. And Kyoso looks like he's about to make a move, and that's aggressive. Blocking by McRib just for track position. I wouldn't personally advise that. And I think we've lost the car. That is, we no longer have a Lamborghini. I think it is retired from the race. Unfortunate to see. Strong showing, but now we'll need another car to take the fastest lap. Geyser is being taken out of the car. Now Panic Fungus is back in the car. We're about 1 hour 55 minutes down from Johnson passing by Geyser. Sensei is still having a nice little race. Nice clean race. Apart from the small incidents. The Brock is heading off, going into the pits. Definitely late pitting. And they misjudged the brakes as well. This has gave Kyoso a position. He's got by McRib on track as well. Anderson up to P7. Williams Johnson is ducked into the pits. Will this give Albert Jersoid? Williams Johnson perhaps going for a driver swap. Dubrovka coming out of the pits. That's Chamchula. So they've done a driver swap. Will Williams Johnson and Torpedo Racing car do it as well. Albert George now in the lead with the Phantom Formula NSX. Dearman will not get the position on Williams Johnson as they still have another lap to go. That's Geyserov. Wonder what's happened there. Oh, my apologies. That's Panic Fungus. Probably the car's a bit unsettled, but no damage, I don't believe. The two Italian stallions. Two left Italian cars next to each other on track. The Maserati and the Ferrari. Albert George now in the pits. I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing a driver swap, as it has been 2 hours. 2 hours down, 2 more to go. And Wesley's now back in the Torpedo Racing BMW. So, perhaps a slight overcut by George. I've just noticed there is a small Pepe driving emote on the back of that car, which is very amusing. My apologies for going mute, but SKP has had an off. Their torpedo racing car has had an off as well, I think. Wickton has gotten by in the GT4, and so has Mark Kane. Right on the back of the Camaro. Raskik also passed Trazione Integrale, who's now behind the wheel of the Putter Motorsports 499. RJK lost position, but is only track position. We're hoping that Trazione Integrale will make up a few positions on up the grid. Raskik also, I think, has gotten by Trazione Integrale, who's now Raskik's now P7, Integrale P8. Chamcho still has a bit to go to catch up to Integrale. So Wickton is now in the pits. Very strong performance by the Maserati. So as remember, a lapse buffer to the Camaro. Mortis Reitner now behind the wheel of the Maserati. RJ came will be, I think we'll finally have some GT4 action on track. Very strong performance by Wickton. Now Reiner will be behind the wheel of the Maserati, the Shoujo Maserati. Only a second between the two colder tires on the Maserati. The Camaros are up to temp. However, he is getting past. He's getting blue flags for GT3 cars. This will slow him down a bit. However, Reiner shouldn't be too complacent, as he will be having the same very shortly. Sensei now on 50 laps. 50. Well, every car is done at least 50 laps. John Leslie is on to lap 60 in the leading Torpedo Racing BMW. Nashran now in the pits. Perhaps a driver swap or fuel and tires. Ashran still in the pits. That's a driver swap for the Cayman. The MSRL Cayman. try to keep an eye on the battle of the GT4 cars for the lead. The Motorsports car is gotten by the Camaro, but Reiner is not too far ahead and is getting waved blue flags for the Mura United car. Oh, that's a bit wide there. Only around about 5 seconds separating the top leading GT4 cars. Will the Americans come back and defeat the Italians just like they did at the back in the 60s at Le Mans? The two Italian cars with an Italian driver behind the wheel of the Ferrari beside each other on track. I'd like to take a moment to thank our Patreon supporters for the tracc.eu trust fund. So we can hold the practice server and do events. Just like this. Oh, bit of a side by right there. Oh, the NSX has lost a good few positions there. Sagawanar into P4, McRib into back in the podium positions, the GTR. Perhaps Simracing.GP. Will there be a driver swap? If so, it'd be a pretty early driver swap, I would say. John Wesley. Billy later. Amelia Anderson's now made up a position on SKP. I think Raska Kyoto might as well. Maybe not. Honda still is in the pits. Raska is a quick driver, but will he make up the time? I don't want the siren like he won't, but it'll be cutting it course if he does. NSX is still in the pits. Coming around the last corner, Reska is... No signs of moving from the NSX camp. I would think it's not a safe bet to say that Kyoso will get past KP. That's a position for Kyoso. And the Crowley might even get past KP. And that is a very long stop for the NSX team. A bit of off line there by Integrali. KP is moving. It'll be very close. KP's are out of the pits. Straight onto the racing line. That was a good few minute pit stop for the NSX. Perhaps fuel and filling the tank. To Crowley. Sadly not causing up as much as they wanted. However, they've caused up a good amount. Kyoso now. Now they're having to chase down Amelia Anderson. The IVG, my apologies, the VTuber GT and tracc.eu Open and overall tracc veteran sim racer slash VTuber is now on the hunt for an Amelia Anderson. I'm surprised with the Mirai United cars, they still haven't done driver swap yet. Every other team has. I highly doubt you can do this, so, but if you are, my praises go to you, Akito. The Frenchman has clocked around about, I think it's 63 laps so far. It'd be interesting to see how many laps Cobham 90 does in comparison. Only 5 laps separating the leading GT4 and GT3s, which is very interesting. Sensei. And the very beautiful ATM is on the back straight, just getting away with blue flags by McRib. Oh, Trezion into Growly's had a bit of an off. What's happened there? Bit too much inside curb. Yeah. Hopefully not a lot of damage as that's just into the door. Chimcho's had an off as well. That's a very big spin. Perhaps the same as Trazione into Growly. If so, that will give Into Gray, a good... Oh, no, that's a bit different. He's went understeered, a bit too much speed outside wall, and done a 360. The Gray might pit. But I'd say Champ Chill might pit as well. That's a lot of damage on both cars. Not pitting from the Ferrari camp. Essen will have to take a little bit of a panic fungus in the pits. And Champ Chill is coming around the last few corners. Will they pit? No. Person we haven't chatted about in ages is Xinjiang, who's doing well. Both Torpedo racing cars are in the top 10. One leading, one P10. Champ Chill's had an off at the first corner. Perhaps it is a sign to hit. Damage from the top of the hill from the last lap may have had a bit of an interference there. Julia Anderson has done a very good recovery drive. Up from last all the way up to P5. You'll love to see it from the Swedish driver. Oh, Jack Zhangzhu has had a bit of an off moment. Too much inside curb, perhaps. Up of understeer, outside curb, send it into the wall again. That's not particularly the best. If there was any dent from the last time that happened to that car, it will definitely make it a lot worse this time round. There is 6 BMWs this race. 5 of them are in the top 6. McRib is the only outlier in P3 in the GTR, which I will say I'm very impressed with. As the GTRs that I've normally run against, personally in ACC, haven't been as quick as this. Zhangzhu in the pits. Definitely heading for damage there, maybe even a driver swap. John Wesley still in the lead. And we've had a car drop hard. What has happened there? Champ Cho's heading off. Perhaps the last corner again. Yep, too much inside curb. Spun it. That is Dearman in the pits, as you just see to the right of your screen. Switching to their teammate. McRib Nar up to P2. My apologies when I said somebody's left, not as of recent. The Mirror United car is Nar. At the moment would be on the podium. Dearman coming out of the pits. No driver swap. Very interesting strategy. Anderson still got a bit to go before they can look about trying to strike at Dearman. And that is a KTM going off-road. I know they make dirt bikes, but I don't think an Expo is supposed to go off-road. Reitner still on the way to the GT4 class. I would say the V-Shoujo Maserati has had a great race today. John Wesley about to lap them as we say that. Like them 7 laps down. John Wesley on the lap is number 69. Who's currently a lap ahead of P2 McRib. Asagawa not too far behind. I'm trying to calculate when Cobb 90 will be in the car. I'm assuming the next few laps, as you do need a driver swap. Every team has swapped a driver except from the Mirror United car. Dearman's had enough. What's happened there? Oh, that's a strange place to have an accident. Bit of a side, bit of a wiggle there, but that's very strange. I've never saw a car have an accident there, or whenever I have, it's always been understeer. Then saw it in the pits. Perhaps a driver swap to Julian Strasser. Presidente Growley having an accident as well. What happened here? Perhaps misjudging your braking, but Champ Cho was by. Oh, they've had a giant accident with John Wesley. John Wesley perhaps not thinking the Ferrari braked that early and sent the Ferrari into the wall. That's not a good looking Ferrari. I think Trazione will go for a pit. Simracing.GP also looking at the inside. Says no. Trazione goes a bit wide, so does the Maserati behind it. Avenue B currently in out of the car now. Julian Stresser's in the car, perhaps going to finish the race. Oh, Porsche's going a bit wide. First corner. Zhangzhou has had a bit of an accident there as well. Same as before, it seems. Yep, same as before. That's the third time that's happened to that car. We'll be a little bit more careful around that section for the remainder of the race. Update for the race, 2.5 hours down, 1.5 left to go. Trazione into Grau's had a bit of an accident on the start of the uphill. Second lap. Misjudged or braking outside wall. Again, second time last lap we've had this car in that wall. I'd say probably personally I would pit that car. This guy was still not pitted yet. How long will Cobb 90 drive for? Is what I'm asking at the moment. Asagala shouldn't be feeling too much of a risk in pace, as he is used to longer stints like this, 2 hours, but at the moment 2.5 hours is might be pushing it. Only 4.2 seconds behind Mick Ribb. Oh, Asagawa in the pits, as I've just asked the question. I would say this is definitely going to be a driver swap here. Chamchilla in the pits as well. This will give Dearman perhaps a bit of a boost. McRib is definitely going to run away from Asagawa and Cobb 90, as they've done their driver swap a bit earlier. That's Dearman hasn't pitted either. Trazione and Zagrali in there to fix damage. Dearman made a position. 3 cars in the pits. Anderson passed Asagawa as well. This has got to be a driver swap, I'd imagine. Yep, Cobb 90 not in the car. Hour and 26 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. I'm going to predict that it will be to the end of the race. Fill up the car with fuel, new tires, send it back out there. Trazian Integral, fixing damage. Chamcho still in the car, fixing damage, new tires, more fuel, sending it back out there as well. Rasuka Kyoso passed by Cobb 19 and Isagawa. That's bringing the Queen's Design Act Who Wants a Soda car back up the field. 3 Mirai United drivers driving today. As you can see, the fully branded Mirai United car. Oh, my apologies. The full Mirai United car. Oh, that is strange what's happened there. We've lost a car, but now we've gained a car. What's happened? That is very peculiar. Also, as you might well see on the just behind the rear wheels, Mirai United sticker as well. You have Julian Strasser behind on track. We have lost a car. I'm trying to find which car that is. Leslie, McRib, Dearman, Anderson, Kyoso, Owen, KP, and... Oh, Panic Fungus just had a bit of a slide there. Called 90 in the car. Perhaps technical difficulties, same as the Who Wants a Soda X Queen's Design car. And Zhang Zhu has a stop go 30, speeding in the pit line. Waiter made up a position on Asasagawa and called 90. Driver swap with the West for that car for the last pit. Called 90 still in the pits. Hamburger in the car. The 99 torpedo car. I've heard some news that there is problems for the Mario United car for the pits, as the driver swap apparently isn't working at the moment. Oh, I think it is now called being sent out on track. Lost a few positions. Chamcho passed. Slater apparently hasn't passed. It's all very confusing at the moment. There's Reitner passed. Hamburger. Interesting to see. Oh, SKP has had a bit of an off. This corner definitely is killer today. But unlike others, it's always just a trip to the art of track limits. No damage, however. Panic Fungus had it off the last corner. See what's happened there. I honestly don't know what that is. There's oversteer and overshooting in the pits, but that is definitely going to be the most risky pit entry I've ever saw in my entire sim racing career. Hamburger has passed RJ Kame, who's currently in the pits. Perhaps one last driver swap. The team, full American racing team. I'm just going to call them ART. Will there be a driver swap? Gary Slater back in the Ferrari. I'm not sure if I've mentioned it earlier, but he's currently leading for the Photo Motorsport team. John Wesley, lap 78. The group 77. Then Dearman, Anderson, Kioso 76. KP 75. Chamcho, Cobb 90. Gary Slater. Well, just not Gary Slater. Cobb 90, Chamcho, and KP 75, 74, 74. 73 for Slater. 71 for Reitner, C, and Kame. Asari 68, Fungus 67, and Strasser 66. That's how many laps each car has done. Oh, what has happened here? John Leslie and Hamburger, both Typhoon racing cars have had an accident. Oh, going for a big slide for the 99, which has messed up number 10 car, our leader. That is definitely inter-team battles there. We had a bit of an off from SKP. What happened there? Oh, Passari had an off. My apologies. Then KP's had a bit of a slide. I swear I saw Raska Kyoso in the pits there. Apparently not. I'm seeing things. From the theme of this race is driver swaps apparently don't seem to be working properly. Number 10 cars in the pit, perhaps fixing the damage they occurred from error in the lap. I wouldn't be too surprised if Hamburger is also in the pit. No, they haven't. McRib is in the pits as well. Loading cars are in the pits. And Das Dearman close up. Get within half a lap. Ah, okay, so I was correct. When I saw the number 13 car go in the pits, it was a driver swap. Good to know that I'm not seeing things. Dearman past McRib, who's just coming out of the pits. Wesley's just not too far up the road. A lap ahead, though. Anderson in the pits. Perhaps another driver swap? Anderson fueling tires, apparently. Staying out there. Pure Cell. Up in the top 3 in the GTR. Williams Johnson, with an hour and 8 minutes left to go, is your current leader. Can they hang on for the remaining 68 minutes and 15 seconds? Very, I would say quite dangerous maneuvers there with swerving across the track. Thank goodness Dearman wasn't too far, wasn't right behind, as there could have been an accident there. after Strasser finishes his lap, then every car will have completed 70 laps. Panic Fungus in the pits with a very damaged looking McLaren. Panic Fungus in the pits. Hamburger past Reitner. Reitner in the pits as well. Our waiting GT4 car. This might give the Kane brothers a bit of an advantage. Mark Kane, Tracc GT Open Cup winner. Reitner still in the pits. Kane coming down the back straight. Gotta love the V8 roar of this car. It sounds so good. Strasser Runbart half a lap behind Fungus. Oh, that car's been repaired. Panic Fungus just coming out the pits. Stop go 30 for Panic Fungus. Speeding in the pit lane. Mark Kane is now your leading GT4 car as the Chevrolet Camaro in perhaps one of his last racing seasons is leading. You got to love seeing this American muscle car rip around the tight Bathurst course. Right now out the pits as well. Strasser might be able to get by Fungus. Fungus will have to serve that stop go 30 in the next few laps, or that will be a disqualification. Panic Fungus had an off on the downhill. Yep, braking on the crest is sent it into a spin. Oh, it looks like it grazed the outside wall. The MSRL car is also was in the pits. Panic Fungus having a very slow recovery. This will give Strasser perhaps a bit closer. Number 27 McLaren hasn't had a good race today. Hopefully the last hour will be a bit different. However, they still have that stop go 30 to serve. So, will... Oh, he's went off. That's definitely not gonna help. Bit of a side, a bit of a wiggle. on the limit. As his top go 30 is served. Is he going for it? Yup, he's going for it. Nice quick way into the pits. Hopefully he doesn't overshoot it, as we saw a few people have today. Nope, hasn't overshot it. Be nice and careful in the pits. This will give Strasser a good gap, as he will be able to overtake and the KTM to no longer be the last car on track. You love to see it. The KTM getting by. Champ Cho's heading off at the last corner. That's Strasser by. In the tracc.eu racing team KTM Expo GT4 car. Strasser getting by the Mirror United car, nice and, well, getting passed by the Mirror United car, my apologies. Fungus is getting swapped out for Geyser. Stop go 30 has been cleared, I think. Suki also getting by Strasser. I wouldn't say that every single GT4 car was rolled off the start is still running 3 hours in. Stop go 30 hasn't been served yet. That's very interesting. He went for a driver swap instead of going to server stop go 30 then that. Interesting to see. Champ Chilla is pitting. Let's see if Cobb 90 up to P7. One person down. Still many more to go to get back to where they were. I'm gonna love the sound of the Maserati. It sounds so good. Stop go for Geyser. I think they're going to serve that Nar. Chamcho in the pits. Strasser in the pits as well. And so is Geyser. Chamcho is swapped with Dubrovka. Dubrovka's going to finish the race, I assume. Sweater's gotten by in the Puda Motorsports car. And Strasser, fuel and tires. Strasser past Geyser. He's flashing over the lights. That is one to my liking. Trying to tell that RJ came, he's trying to tell Mark came, but he's quicker. It's very funny. At least some people have some humor this time around. And they're serving that stop go 30 by Geyser. Because they're came out the pits. Yep, no more stop go 30. Rescue Kyoso. Wrapped inside. Oh, it's 4 cars. 2 wiped cars. Both BMWs passed the McLaren and the Porsche. Williams Johnson not too far behind either. "55 minutes left to go." Oh, that's a bit wide. Rubio Costa's heading off. What's happened here? Oh! They're unselling the brakes and spun. That's a great recovery. No damage, no nothing like that. Des Dearman has lost a position to Perso. Hamburger in the pits. Perhaps one last driver swap. So is SKP. Will Dearman have a chance of getting back by Vanessa? Both keeping it clean. Still less than a second between them. Hamburger still in the pits, perhaps. Yep, driver swap. Yang Jiangzhu is back in the number 99 Torpedo Racing white BMW M4 car. My brain stopped working for a second. Who's Johnson? Still waiting. Jiangzhu is heading off. Oh, that's a really dangerous place to have an off. That's one corner that keeps catching out the number 99 car. Too much outside curb, too much outside curb, and it's the 4th time they've done that. That is very bad. Up in Dearman. Still not too far behind the GTR. Top 90's heading off. What's happened here? Yellow flag. What has happened? Oh, that's not good. Rear tires, rear wheels spun up a little bit and just careened the car into the inside wall. Hopefully not too much damage. Staying out, perhaps not too much damage. Top 90 in the pits. So was Williams Johnson. Two BMWs pitting at the same time. Duracell has a chance to perhaps catch up to Williams Johnson. Maybe a late driver swap, perhaps a fuel and tire stop, which it's a driver swap. Very interesting. Aiden Dubrovka passed Carbon 90. This Carbon 90 just comes out of the pits. And Slater's also by as well. Checking up on Cobb 90. Cobb 90 versus Adrian Dubrovka. Aston Martin versus BMW. The new challenger with the 2022 car versus the all-reliable Aston V12 Vantage, which I currently do not know the age of. Cobb 90 is trailing Adrian Dubrovka. Will we see a perhaps overtake for position in the next few laps? Oh, bit of a wiggle from Dubrovka, and Cobb 90s went off. Trying to take avoiding action. All the progress that was gained there is just being thrown away. Nashran back in the car, by the way, for the MSRL Cayman. A bit wide by Dubrovka. Cobb 90s looking up the inside. Oh, can he make it stick? Or will Dubrovka be able to hold it round our side? God, Dubrovka's just got it. Blue flags for both cars though, as Amelia Anderson and the swaggy racing BMW is looking to get by. They have an alternative line by the Brockett to let Anderson by. But we are currently witnessing a good fight for position. The Brockett versus Cobb 90. And the Aston defeat the BMW. Oh no, what's happened to the Brockett? No! Had a good battle there, what's happened? As buckling under the pressure, Cobb 90's got by. Went 2 wides. That's horrific to see. Slater in the pits, the Brockett by Slater. Cobb 90 taking 2 positions in the space of a few corners. 1 in the pits, 1 on track. How is it going? It is going alright. Your teammate is currently in P6. I hope everything is alright on the stream side. Because everything is really good so far, track side. Slater coming out the pits. Fuel and tire stop. Perhaps running till the end of the race. I wouldn't put it past a lot of people to pit round about now. Oh, the Broncos had another yellow flag. Perhaps pushing a little bit too hard. I don't know what happened there. I think that was just a connection issue. John Wesley is your leader at the moment. Purcell is Romart a minute and a half behind. Dearman, Best Dearman, P3, Amelia Anderson's all the way back up from west to P4. That shows just the true pace of that car. Still Lombard, 35 minutes left to go. So, still plenty of time for any car in the top 5 to go and get themselves a win. Pure Silverberg, 40 seconds behind. It says a lap, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's quite a lap. Billy Anderson is catching Das Dearman. Or Ruby Acosta is also catching Amelia Anderson. Bassman, Pure Cell. No, actually all on lap 97. Hear the Camaro, the V8 roar. If I'm right to believe correctly, this is... Well, they use this Camaro in the V8 supercars, which is the most iconic race for Bathurst. Maserati P2, Nashran P3, and Strasser P4. 4 GT4 cars still out there. We've about half an hour left to go. So Brock's heading off. What's happened there? It done a... I don't know what happened there. Oh my god! It went to the... The Aston Martin has taken off and it's done it again! Dearman is in the pits. Perhaps a fuel and tire stop. Billy Anderson is now in the podium positions. Potential driver of the day for Amelia Anderson. Ruby Acosta up to P4. Tierman all the way down. Dropped 2 positions. More to the right there is also in the pits. It's damage, fuel and tires, and Dustin is going back out on track at P5. Moritz Reitner still in the pits. That is Mark Kame. There's a 1 lap advantage over Moritz Reitner. The full American team is really giving it the beans in the Camaro. Mastran won't be able to close up. Sadly, he's 3 laps behind Reitner. But Reitner is still in the pits. So lap 99, and we have our first car, John Wesley and Williams Johnson in the number 10 Torpedo Racing BMW have reached lap 100. 25 minutes, just over 25 minutes left to go, and we've reached triple-digit laps for Wesley and Urso. Anderson will be getting onto that in around about half a minute's time. Acosta around about a minute's time. We'll have a good, I think, nearly every car will be able to reach lap 100. The first 5 cars have reached a lap 100. Next car to reach that will be in a lap's time SKP. Cobb 90 currently on lap 97. The Brovka 97. Soiter 97. Zhang Zhongju 94. Mark Kame 93. Whereas Reitner 92. Nashra 90. Geyser 87 and Strasser 87 as well. Costa has closed up the gap a bit to Amelia Anderson. We're number 16.276 seconds. One slight misjudgment can bring that down a lot, as we've saw all race long. Rubia Costa, from having connection issues earlier, said she had fixed them, and thank goodness, as she's running very well. Gap started to 15.9 by Acosta. 19 minutes to go. If she catches up a second per lap, she'll have around about 3 laps to overtake. Oh, then we took the front end off the Porsche. Stuck in there. Next time's quicker that lap. Costa really is pushing it. Oh, we've had a yellow flag. SKP, what's happened there? I was drifted a little bit too far to the outside and just a little bit too much correction. Oh my goodness. $15 left to go. Wesley getting tailed by Anderson. Trying to unlap themselves. Dubrovka's had enough. That's a bad place to have an accident. Pushing a little bit too hard, but understeer. Yeah, understeer. Hard side wall. That car's gonna be limping around the track. Perhaps gonna pit. Anderson get by. To unlap themselves. Or a second quicker last lap. Dubrovka off again. Damage from just a minute ago is showing how bad it is, as too much inside curb is just sent that car into the wall. Yeah, Anderson 44 seconds behind John Wesley for position, but shouldn't be too far. Remember, a second on track. Right on board. Heading to Dubrovka in the pits, fix that damage. Perhaps some more fuel, maybe Quinn tires. Good new tires. Gary Switter made up a position to P8. Guys are also in the pits. Wonder what's up with them. And I've been told their teammate stint has been finished, so fuel and tires perhaps, maybe fixing damage if there's any. Our Julian Strasser is back. The P14 in the KTM. Yeah, P's heading off. Oh my goodness gracious me, what's happened there? So it's like a bit of wiggling behind Williams Johnson. Emil Anderson goes past. Must be fixing damage. Up, off. Hit the wall. It's me Art, Van. It's very peculiar. Anderson, oh, you're 42 seconds behind. Yourself. We're about 9 minutes left to go until the checkered flag flies. Stop go 30 for SKP spitting in the pit lane. This will give Cobb 90. And Akita's Gawa some hopes. SKP's heading off as well. I think that's definitely going to be down to P7, perhaps even P8 for SKP. They have stopped the side of the track and reset straight to pits. That is definitely concerning. Cobb 90. Going to be getting overtaking SKP. No. Oh, yes, okay. Gary Sweater is at the other side of the track. SKP stopping at the side of the track is definitely very concerning. Stopping, then resetting straight to pits. Last 7 minutes. I'm still trying to figure out what would happen for them to stop and reset straight to pits. It's very peculiar. Waiter will definitely be reveling in this, as this gives him a chance to bring the Puda Motorsports 499 to 7th. Depending on what the issue could be, Dubrovka, who still has from about a lap to go, could maybe even overtake SKP. That is very concerning. Even then, they still have to serve that stop go 30. geysers heading off just ahead of where we were currently viewing. Understeer hits our outside wall. Last 5 minutes left to go. Still concerns Phantom Formula. Zanasek is still stopped Gareth Swader by. Adrian Dubrovka will be right on the heels of SKP. In fact, no, they won because SKP still has a stop go 30 to serve. Dubrovka will be in P8 if he doesn't bottle it. Guys are going a little bit wide. John Wesley and Purcell, both on lap 110. Anderson, Dearman, and Cobb 90. No, my apologies. Anderson, Acosta, and Dearman on 109. Cobb 90. Air Slater 106. AP Dubrovka 105. Costa's in the pits. A very late pit. It's very concerning. I don't know what kind of strategies they're going for if they're going for white pits less than 5 minutes till the end of the race. But this will definitely put more concern to their teammate Raska Kioso as well. Rubio Costa, and it's just tires and fuel. That's a very quick stop, in fact. 3 minutes left to go. 2 or 3 laps left of racing. SKP still stop go 30. Going to serve it. Yes. A very like they were about to go back on track, but changed their mind. Then Dubrovka will get back by. Xinjiangju might not, however. They might be still at P10. I doubt that they'll get there by the time SKP's penalty runs out. You know, yeah, Anderson's still behind your leader on track. Costa is going to be run by P4 if Anderson, Purcell, or Wesley don't mess up their laps. Less than a minute left to go. Wesley might be reaching the line just as the white flag waves. This may be the last lap, it may not be. Okay, so a little bit wide there, and for the final lap. That is John Wesley and Williams Johnson have won the Track GT. No, my apologies. The tracc.eu VTuber 4 hours of Bathurst. And the number 10 Torpedo Racing BMW. Adam Purcell, run about a half a lap to go in the Dave Station Racing GTR will be P2. Amelia Anderson and Wakaseas in the number 33 Swaggy Racing car will be P3. Rubio Costa and Raska Kioso in the Who Wants a Soda X Queen's Design BMW will be P4. Das Dearman will be P5. Cobb 90 and Akira Zagawa will be P6. Gary Swader and Trazione Integrale in the Pura X Enigma Racing Pura 499 will be P7. Adrian Dubrovka and Chamcho will be P8 in the Grip Runners Aston Martin V12 Vantage. You'll love to see the good old Asnar, SKP, and Albert George in the Phantom Formula. Honda NSX will be P9. Xingjiangju, the number 99 Torpedo Racing car will be P10. Going through rest of the cars, for your GT4 winner, you will have Mark and RJ Kame in the full American Racing Team Camaro. Very strong performance. Morten Reitner and Lucas will also be a very strong team to look out for. Lucas Lichten. Nabo Nashran and Wakey in the number 31. Porsche Cayman will be P2, P3, and Julian Strasser and Evan B will be P4 in your GT4 class. We have Lucas Crofts with the number 88 Lamborghini, and Charles the 14th in the Speed Daddy Tune Shop Ferrari will be your two DNFs today. I have been Jordan Brunch. I was with our iMetrics, and I will see you the next time at Monza. Thank you everyone for watching, and see you later.